1. Ranvald danced on the oars, leaping from one to the next as the crew rowed. Some kept their oars steady to make it easier for him. Some tried to jostle Ranvald off when he landed on them. The wind from the mountains, a breath of lingering winter, swept down the fjord, whistling through the trees that lined the cliffs. But under the bright sun, Ranvald was warm in his wool shirt and heavy hose. He had worn them during the whole journey back across the North Sea, through the storms and mists that separated Ireland from home. He touched the bow post and hung on for a moment to catch his breath. "Come back," called Solvi. "You cling like a woman to that dragon." Ranvald took a deep breath and stepped out onto the first oar again. His friend Irgil held this one, his bleached hair shining in the sun. Irgil smiled up at Ranvald. He would not let him fall. Ranvald's steps faltered as he leapt back the other way, against the direction of the oar's motion, the sun shining in his eyes. He moved more quickly now, falling, slipping, each upstroke catching him and propelling him onto the next sweep, until he reached the stern again and swung over the gunwale onto the more stable deck. Solvi had offered a golden arm ring to whoever could make it the length of the ship and back, stepping from oar to oar as the men rowed. Ranvald was first to try, for Solvi valued daring. He thought after he stood on the deck again that his run might have been one of the best, hard to beat. And he grinned. A lucky star had lit his path on this journey, finally guiding him away from his dour stepfather. He had not succumbed to disease in Ireland when so many others had died, and now he had earned a place on Solvi's ship for another summer's raiding. He had grown into his long limbs over the winter, no longer tripping over his feet with every step. Let any of the others match his run. "Well done," said Solvi, clapping him on the back. "Who will challenge Ranvald Eysteinsson?" Solvi's forecastle man leapt out next. Ulfar was a grown man, half again as wide as Ranvald in the shoulder, with a long mane of hair, yellow from the lye he used to lighten it. "This is a game for young men, Ulfar," Solvi called out. "You wear too much jewelry. The goddess Ran will want you for her own." Ulfar only took a few steps on the oars before his shoes slipped and he fell into the water with a splash. He emerged, breathing heavily from the cold, clinging onto one of the oars. Solvi threw his head back and laughed. "Pull me up, damn it," Ulfar said. Ranvald reached over and hauled Ulfar in. Ulfar shook his head like a wet dog, covering Ranvald with seawater. Irgil tried his luck next. He looked like a crane as he clambered over the gunwale, gangly and awkward where agility was needed. Ranvald winced watching him. Still, Irgil almost reached the bow before losing his footing. He clung on and only wet his boots before Ranvald helped him back in. Ranvald settled on a pile of furs to watch his other competitors as they tripped and splashed. The high walls of the fjord slipped by beside them. Snow from Norway's great spine of mountains turned into the water that cascaded down the cliff faces in waterfalls, where the spray caught the sunlight in a scattering of rainbows. Seals, plump and glossy, sunned themselves on rocks at a cliff's base. They watched the ships go by curiously, without fear. Longships hunted men, not fur. Solvi stood at the stern of the ship. He applauded good attempts and laughed at the poor ones. He only seemed to be giving the race half his attention, though. His eyes moved constantly, flicking over cliff and waterfall. He had shown the same careful watchfulness when they were on a raid, which had saved his men from the Irish warriors more than once. The Irish fought almost as well as Norsemen did. Ranvald had studied Solvi on this voyage, for he merited it, both clever and good at winning his men's affections. Ranvald had not thought to find those characteristics in one man. So often a boaster and a drinker won many friends, but was too careless to live long as a warrior. Ranvald's father, Eystein, had been like that. On this journey, all of Solvi's men had tales of Eystein, and seemed disappointed that Ranvald was not more like him. A man whose stories were still remembered a decade later. A man who abandoned his duty when it suited him. Solvi laughed at another attempt, another fool, another one of his men who climbed, dripping over the gunwale, and flopped on the deck, chest heaving from the cold water. Solvi had a narrow, handsome face with high cheekbones, red like ripe apples. In infancy, his legs had been badly burned by a falling cauldron left to spill, rumour said, by one of King Huntiof's lesser wives, jealous of the regard he showed Solvi's mother. Solvi's legs had healed well. He was as deadly a fighter as any Ranvald had ever seen, but they remained bowed and crooked, and shorter than they should be. Men called him Solvi Clofer, Solvi the Short-Legged, a name that made him grin with pride, at least when his friends said it. On the other side of the ship, another warrior leapt and nearly fell. Solvi laughed and shook an oar to try to dislodge him. Few men remained to challenge Ranvald's feat. The pilot's son, slim and sure-footed as a mountain goat, was the only other who had completed the challenge, dancing stern to bow and back to stern again. Behind them sailed the 5 other ships that still remained in Solvi's convoy. Here and there others had turned off, to return sons back to their farms and fishermen back to their boats. Before that, other ships had taken other paths to islands on the inner passage, where their captains called themselves Sea Kings, their kingdoms made of no more than rocks, narrow channels, and the men who would flock to their raiding cries. Solvi's father called himself a Sea King too, for though he demanded taxes from the farmers of Mare, he refused the other duties of kingship, and maintained no farm at Tafjord. It was early in the year yet, time enough for another raid across the North Atlantic to winter over again, or a short summer trip to the unprotected shores of Frisia. Ranvald was glad to be going home, though. His sister Svanhild and the rest of his family waited beyond the foothills of the Kiel, as did his intended, Hilda Hrolfsdatter. He had won a pair of copper brooches for Hilda, worked by the Norse smiths of Dublin. The Norse king there had given them to Ranvald as a reward for leading a daring raid against an Irish village. They would look well on Hilda, with her height and reddish hair. In time, she would oversee the hall he planned to build on the site where his father's hall had burned. Ranvald would be an experienced warrior by then, as thick with muscle as Ulfar, and wear his wealth on his belt and armbands. Hilda would give him tall children, boys he would teach to fight. Ranvald planned to claim her at the Ting this summer, when the families of the Sorn district gathered. His family had an understanding with hers, though they had not yet gone through the betrothal ceremony. He had proved himself raiding, won wealth to buy more thralls to work on the farm at Ardle. Now that he was 20 and counted a man, he could marry Hilda, and his stepfather would have no more reason to withhold his birthright, his father's land, from him. Over the winter, he had also found a silver necklace that would suit Svanhild perfectly. She would laugh and pretend not to like it. What use had she for silver when she spent her days tending cows? But her eyes would sparkle, and she would wear it every day. Solvi called Ranvald and the pilot's son to him. He touched the thick gold band circling his arm, forged by Dublin goldsmiths, set with carnelian and lapis. A king's adornment. If he meant that for a gift, he was a generous lord indeed. "I have rings enough for both of you, but I'd rather see one of you fall," said Solvi. He grinned at the pilot's son, seeming not to see Ranvald. Well, Solvi would notice Ranvald after this race. Ranvald would make sure of that. "Whichever of you returns to the stern fastest gets the ring. Ranvald, you take starboard." Now his eyes met Ranvald's. A breeze shivered Ranvald's skin. He preferred larboard, and Solvi knew it. He had sensed this odd shift between them many times on this voyage. One moment Solvi seemed to value him, giving him advice and praise, and the next forgot he existed. In that way, he was like Ranvald's stepfather, Olaf. With Olaf, it meant that Ranvald must simply try harder to gain his notice, be perfect at every deed. He was not sure what it meant with Solvi. Ranvald rolled his shoulders and shook out his legs, which had grown stiff from sitting. He climbed over the side and glared a challenge at the pilot's son across the ship. Oar dancing required shifting his balance, always on the verge of falling before catching himself again. Another oar ready to slide away beneath his feet. He must trust his body in the rhythm of the sweeps, pay attention to the variations between one man's pull and the next, as one oar cut deeply into the water and another slipped shallowly in the trough of a wave. Agni, the pilot's son, was smaller and fleeter than Ragnvald. He had grown up on ships and would be tough to beat. Solvi roared their start and Ragnvald began. He would not have to touch every oar this time, now that he had the feel for it. He leapt in time with the strokes, letting the movement pitch him forward. The wind picked up, making the ship move stiffly over growing swells. Ragnvald reached the bow again, ahead of the pilot's son. He turned back and had almost reached the steering oar when Solvi called out, "That's enough!" Ragnvald put a hand out toward the ship's gunwale, preparing to swing himself back onto the deck, so he could help with the heavy wool sail. Solvi would need every pair of hands to lash it into place and turn it against the wind. "Not you," said Solvi. He stood quite close to Ragnvald now. The words were meant for him alone. The oars that rowers had been holding disappeared from beneath Ragnvald's feet. The water he had danced over so surely a moment earlier sucked at his legs and drew him in. Cold water seeped up his breeches. He clung to the planking of the gunwale and looked at the men wielding these oars. Those who met his eyes quickly turned their faces away. "Help me up," said Ragnvald. He could not quite believe that Solvi meant to put him overboard. "Help me," he called again, to the only friend he could still rely upon. "Egil, help me!" Egil looked confused for a moment and started forward. Solvi's men put their shoulders together, blocking him at the narrow end of the boat. The wooden edge of the gunwale dug into Ragnvald's arms where he clung. He was still scrambling to find footing when he saw Solvi reach toward the dagger at his belt. "I had rather not," said Solvi. "But—" "What?" Ragnvald cried. "Wait, don't do this. Pull me up." Solvi's face was set and hard. All good nature fled. Ragnvald froze as Solvi drew his dagger from its sheath and thrust it toward Ragnvald's throat. Ragnvald angled his chin down to avoid Solvi's stroke, and the blade bit into his cheek. The pain broke his paralysis. Blood pounded in his temples. Egil was not going to break through the wall of Solvi's warriors and help him. At least Ragnvald still had his sword. He was so used to wearing it now that he had kept it belted on for balance during the race. He let go of the ship with one hand and grabbed for it, but could not get the blade free, not at this angle. He took hold of the gunwale again and swung himself behind the sternpost, trapping his sword between his body and the ship. Solvi grabbed Ragnvald's wrist and tried to haul him up for another blow, while Ragnvald's feet churned, still looking for a place to stand. Solvi grunted and brought his dagger down again as Ragnvald went limp. Hoping he was heavy enough that Solvi could not hold him and get in a killing stroke, he kicked against the side of the ship, now desperate to drive himself out of Solvi's reach. Solvi leaned forward, clinging to Ragnvald, half his body out over the gunwale. Solvi managed another shallow cut on Ragnvald's throat, and then let go rather than be pulled overboard as well. Ragnvald gasped when the icy water hit his face. He inhaled and choked. The salt water stung his wounds, but distantly, the pain from them weaker than the searing knives of cold in his limbs and the shock of Solvi's betrayal. The fjord's current ran swiftly here and would carry him away from Solvi's ship if he let it. He stayed unmoving, head hardly breaking the surface, and counted through 100 heartbeats before lifting his head and opening his eyes. The current bore him almost under the oars of the next ship in the convoy. Laughter sounded from it, as it had from Solvi's ship. Ragnvald raised his head and pulled a sodden arm out of the water. He had marched into battle with these men, held a shoreline fort over a long, cruel winter with them, and shared women with them after the hot flush of battle. They should help him. Then he remembered the men who had blocked Egil's way. More than Solvi were involved in this. Yesterday he would have vouched that these warriors would risk their lives to save his, as he would for theirs. But if Solvi could not be trusted, how could he know about the others? He let the current carry him past the ship, and did not cry out. The cold shuddered his limbs. His teeth chattered together. Any anger at Solvi seemed far away, lost in the water along with Ragnvald's warmth. The cold took him away from himself. He tongued his cheek, the one that Solvi had cut, and tasted the iron saltiness of blood mixed with the brackish water in the fjord. Solvi had cut clean through the flesh in places, although Ranvald's mouth was still whole. He thanked the gods for that small mercy. He had seen a wound like that, cheek and mouth opened by a monk's axe, fester and rot until the warrior's face was half gone and he was screaming from the pain and fever dreams. Ranvald would seek Solvi out and let Solvi kill him outright before succumbing to that fate. At least then he would find Valhalla in death, rather than one of the cold, stinking hells of fallen cowards. The sun fell fast below the line of cliffs, and the air on his face, which had seemed warm against the cold of the water, grew chilly. His limbs were heavy and numb now, his body passing quickly through cold to the empty doorway that waited beyond. He could slip easily here into death, and none would know where his body lay. It would be almost as shameful a death as that from fever. He could have fought back on the ship, but instead he had taken the craven way and played dead rather than face that uneven contest. His stepfather Olaf had been right. Ranvald was not ready to stand among warriors, and now he never would be. His wool tunic weighed him down, dragging him deeper under the water. He tried to swim toward the shore, but the current in the middle of the fjord flowed swift and strong and resisted the movements of his arms. Something tugged on his ankle, the cold and grasping fingers of Ran, goddess of sea and shipwreck, pulling him down to her chilly feasting hall. It would not be a terrible death, it seemed. Perhaps better than lying forever alone, a cold body in a barrow. For Ran's hall was filled with sailors and fishermen. He saw them, raising horns of seawater slowly in a silent
I just said good morning.
Every sunken ship sacrificed its treasure to the sea goddess, and her warriors ranged far and wide to retrieve it. Beams of light reflected from the gold that adorned her hall, filtering up to where Ranvald floated. He looked in wonder at the shifting shapes below, forms of dark and light. Nets of gold decorated the high ceiling of the hall. A sea maiden took Ranvald's arm and guided him into that cold feast. "Is this my place?" he asked. "Will I eat fish every day? Will I drown sailors in my turn?" The gills on her neck fluttered. She bade Ranvald sit at a bench in front of a long fire that gave no heat and burned with a blue and green flame. He did not know how long he stayed there, among that silent host. The sea maidens brought food and drink, but all tasted of salt. All smelled of fish. And he was cold, so cold. Then the great doors flew open, and in strode a great wolf, golden-furred and blue-eyed. Sparks flew from the ends of its fur. It stalked slowly down the length of the hall. Where it touched its muzzle, some men burned, but others grew burnished, losing the green cast of seawater. Ranvald watched as it weaved between the men, wondering if it brought him ashy death or shining glory. When it came near Ranvald, he saw that its fur was matted and dull in places. He reached out for its pelt, and where he touched became bright, shining like fresh forged metal. Its eyes were the blue of a summer sky, and its fur was so warm on Ranvald's hands that he hardly noticed the flames crawling up his fingers, his forearms, only warming him where elsewhere in the hall they had consumed flesh and wood. He reached forward, embracing the wolf. Its tongue of fire licked at his throat, filling his vision with blue flames. He could be destroyed here, he knew, in this wolf's embrace, and yet he could not do other than meet this death. This could not be a shameful death, here with this wolf sent by the gods. He wanted to give himself up to it, but something pulled at his ankle. Not the chilly fingers of Ran's handmaidens now, for he was already in her domain. He thrashed against the pull, crying out in protest, as strong hands grasped him and drew him from the water. 2. Allow...
apologies with toothache. Had to apply some medicine to my gums. $30,000 for those prisoners. Can't have that many men. It's better. been there. Gotta be shitting me. The fuck is in the way? I'm getting stopped by spears hovering in the air. Good morning, Sato. How are you? Good morning. How is Sato today? Ah, that's got to be painful. My uncle had that. My uncle had that. He couldn't walk very good because of it. He had to sit. I hope that gets better soon, man. You get to a doctor. My uncle always said that it was painful to walk when he had that. Yeah, we don't. Yeah, you're lucky. You have a country that takes care of its citizens. Get better sooner than later, my friend. What did he need? Wheat. How much wheat did they need? I should have plenty of wheat. I guess I don't. Hey. You're welcome, dude. I hope you feel... I'm feeling better. My arms are weird today. I'm much better than I was a week ago. A week ago, I was really sick. My legs hurt like hell, but I'm doing much better today. I can't feel my arms now. I can't feel them, but they hurt. If that makes any sense. So I can't... Today, pushing my wheelchair would be very hard. So I'll just sit here like an octopus. Dude, don't put any physical stress. Don't be lifting heavy things. Yeah. My uncle could ride on a bike, but that was it. He couldn't walk. He wouldn't pick things up. His was chronic. My uncle kept getting those as he got older. Good. Me too. Good Mani's dog to you. I think it's Monday. Mani's dog. Oh, right on. Shit, I wish I lived in a store downtown, dude. My uncle Daryl was in a wheelchair, and he lived in a bakery downtown. But there was nothing in the bakery. It was his house, and so he could go downtown right outside his store, but it wasn't really a store. It's his house, and he'd sit outside. He'd talk to people all day, drink coffee. That'd be pretty cool. Money's dog. Today is Money's dog, isn't it? Yep. Today is the day that we herald the coming of the moon. Monday, Monday, and a good Monday to you all. And thanks for coming along on the adventure if you're coming along. Awesome, awesome. $10.66. What a good day. Day 1066. I like that with yeah, Toxis Mod. He's still doing a little bit of work on it. Right on. Dude, I gotta try that mod still that you showed me, you told me about. It was that it's the Civil War in South America. What is it called? Like Bolivian Civil War, I think. I want to try that. I want it to be something totally different. We could play that today. There was a couple of things I wanted to play. That 108 Heroes. Anybody want to hear an audiobook, or are we just going to jam on the tunes? Connacht is going to attack us. They'll probably attack Innis Man. I need to get some really freaking tough troops and go up against them and kick their ass. Push them back. They're going to attack something. I wonder who else they're at war with. They're only at war with us. We're way outnumbered. I better get some tough troops and go give them hell. Who else are we at war with? We might be at war with Alba too. We are. Yeah, we're at war with some pretty heavy hitters, but I've got three. I have three Jarls now. Egil, Solveig, and Helgi. What about Kingdom of Dublin? Shit, they're not at war with anybody but Alba. Let's see what Alba does. If Alba takes the Hebrides, we'll take the Hebrides. My hairs are growing up my noses. Nope, they're not besieging Stjornavega. Or the Orkneys, and I changed him. He should be. Yeah, Jarl Sigurd Estensen. No more Jarl Orkan. Yep, going back to Ireland. What should we take? Yeah, Magrath. So if we take Magrath, hey Sato, if we take Magrath, then Ulaid will declare war against Connacht to take Magrath back. Talking war of Paraguay, Brazil, and other nations fight against Paraguay. Yeah, I understand, believe me. I've been in places like that when I was your age. Down near you, is not as far near you, but close. Yeah, I'd sure like to come down to the West Coast. I'd love to come down to the Andes and see the Inca ruins, all that good stuff. I'd love to see that stuff. I need some beans and some rice and some fresh bread and some dehydrated apricots. I can't feel my arms and legs. Isn't it weird? But I can still use them. My brain's making them function. Oh man, freaking Connacht is mad at us. Shit. We're really outnumbered. So what do we do? What's the solution? If we're outnumbered, we make alliances. Who is the Sons of Ragnar? Who are they at war with? We might be able to take Sel Rickmanade. We might be able to, actually. I'm thinking Wrath Kalter is a better bet. Wrath Kalter would be the natural choice. But we cannot take Wrath Kalter and a seaboard, sea landing assault with our vassals in tow. Our vassals won't join us in the seaborne landing, assault, siege. They won't join us. They'll just sit there in the ocean. So it'd be like our 200 versus 800 or something. So that's a no-go. We have to get them on the land. Yes. Right on. Saxon Chronicles. We'll do that right now. Just for you, buddy. I still have to watch the new season of I have to watch the new season of The Last Kingdom. Let's see what we got. Let's go to Warlords videos. Warlords World. Let's play that. We'll play that. Yep, give me 1 second. Let me switch this. See what Uhtred's doing. Right on, Uhtred.
I am Uhtred, rightful lord of Bebbanburg.
Go, brother.
Some call me Uhtred the Wicked. I am a warrior. I fight for our king, Alfred, even though he worships a god of weeping and kneeling, and I worship the old gods, gods of fire, blood, and storms. The same gods whose names were on the lips of our foes, the Danes, as they put my father in the mud. His killers raised me, a true-born Saxon, as one of their own, a Northman, born to fight with sword, axe, and spear. And I turned from them to follow a king of scribes, mumbling priests and wailing women. A great king he is for all that. He has nearly united the land against the Vikings. And my part in this has not been small. I had thought it my fate to sit in my father's hall at Bebbanburg, hounds at my feet, wife and sons at my side.
Uhtred lives.
It seems destiny is not done with me yet.
It's a thunderstorm I filmed right out my back window.
The gods are the gods, ruling thunder and commanding storms. They are the lords of night and day, of fire and ice, the givers of disaster and of triumph. A dark sky. The gods make the sky. It reflects their moods, and they were dark that day.
That day.
It was high summer, and a bitter rain was spitting from the east.
It's from Pagan Lord.
The old gods are still worshipped, of course, but they're being driven back into the high valleys, into the lost places, to the cold northern edges of the world.
Thor and Odin walked on our hills, slept in our valleys, loved our women and drank from our streams, and that makes them seem like neighbours. The other thing I like about our gods is that they're not obsessed with us. They have their own squabbles and love affairs and seem to ignore us much of the time. I've never been so stupid as to think that Thor, or Odin, or Hoda loved me, though I hope at times they have thought me worthy of them. What the gods like is chaos. All my life I have followed the path of the sword. Given a choice, and I have been given many choices, I would rather draw a blade than settle an argument with words, for that is what a warrior does, but most men and women are not fighters. They crave peace. At the world's ending, when the gods will fight each other, all mankind will be stricken with a great frenzy, and the rivers will flow with blood, and the sky shall be filled with screaming, and the great tree of life will fall with a crash that will be heard beyond the farthest star. But all that is yet to come.
I touched Thor's hammer that hung from my neck. Weird bithful arad. Fate is inexorable.
The Yule feast was the biggest celebration of the year. A whole week of food and ale and mead and fights and laughter and drunken men vomiting in the snow. And there were horse races, wrestling matches, competitions in throwing spears, axes and rocks. And my favourite, the tug of war, where two teams of men or boys tried to pull the other into a cold stream. I got drunk that Yule for the first time. Helplessly drunk so that my legs would not work, and I lay moaning with a throbbing head, and Ragnar roared with laughter and made me drink more mead until I threw up. Ragnar, of course, won the drinking competition, and Raven recited a long poem about some ancient hero who killed a monster, and then the monster's mother, who was even more fearsome than her son. But I was too drunk to remember much of it. And after the Yule feast, I discovered something new about the Danes and their gods. For Ragnar had ordered a great pit dug in the woods above his house, and Rorik and I helped make the pit in a clearing. We axed through tree roots, shoveled out earth, and still Ragnar wanted it deeper, and he was only satisfied when he could stand in the base of the pit and not see across its lip. A ramp led down into the hole, beside which was a great heap of excavated soil. The next night, all Ragnar's men, but no women, walked to the pit in the darkness. We boys carried pitch-soaked torches that flamed under the trees, casting flickering shadows that melted into the surrounding darkness. The men were all dressed and armed as though they were going to war. Blind Raven waited at the pit, standing at the far side from the ramp, and he chanted a great epic in praise of Odin. On and on it went, the words as hard and rhythmic as a drum beat, describing how the great god had made the world from the corpse of the giant Ymir, and how he had hurled the sun and moon into the sky, and how his spear Gungnir was the mightiest weapon in creation, forged by dwarves in the world's deeps. And on the poem went, and the men gathered around the pit seemed to sway to the poem's pulse, sometimes repeating a phrase. And I stared out into the woods, watching the shadows, wondering what things moved in the dark, and thinking of Shadowgengen. I often thought of the Shadowgengen, the Shadow Walkers. It had been well known that there were shadow walkers who moved silent and half seen across the land, mysterious creatures who could change their shapes. One moment they were wolves, then they were men, or perhaps eagles, and they were neither alive nor dead, but things from the shadow world, night beasts. And I stared into the dark trees, and I wanted there to be Shadagengan out there in the dark, something that would be my secret. I remember my excitement that night at the notion of harnessing the power of the shadow walkers, before a whinny brought my attention back to the pit, and I saw that the men at the ramp had divided, and that a strange procession was coming from the dark. There was a stallion, a ram, a dog, a goose, a bull, and a boar, each animal led by one of Ragnar's warriors, and at the back was an English prisoner, a man condemned for moving a field marker, and he, like the beasts, had a rope about his neck.
From the audiobook of The Last
I
Kingdom,
knew the stallion.
Book 1.
It was Ragnar's finest, a great
Thank
black
you,
horse
Justin.
called Flamestepper, a horse Ragnar loved. Yet Flamestepper, like all the other beasts, was to be given to Odin that night. Ragnar did it. Stripped to his waist, his scarred chest broad in the flamelight, he used a war axe to kill the beasts one by one, and Flamestepper was the last animal to die, and the great horse's eyes were white as it was forced down the ramp. It struggled, terrified by the stench of blood that had splashed the sides of the pit, and Ragnar went to the horse, and there were tears on his face as he kissed Flamestepper's muzzle. And then he killed him. One blow between the eyes, straight and true, so that the stallion fell, hooves thrashing but dead within a heartbeat. The man died last, and that was not so distressing as the horse's death. And then Ragnar stood in the mess of blood-matted fur and raised his gore-smothered axe to the sky. "Odin!" he shouted. "Odin!" Every man echoed the shout, and they held their swords or spears or axes towards the steaming pit. "Odin!" they shouted again. All the corpses were taken from the pit and hung from tree branches. Their blood had been given to the creatures beneath the earth, and now their flesh was given to the gods above. And then we filled in the pit, we danced on it to stamp down the earth, and the jars of ale and skins of mead were handed around, and we drank beneath the hanging corpses. Odin, the terrible god, had been summoned because Ragnar and his people
And now you know
were
where your
going
Christmas
to war.
tinsel and ornaments come from.
I thought of the blades held over the pit of blood. I thought of the god stirring in his corpse hall to send a blessing on these men. I was only 10 years old, but on that night I knew what I would become. I would join the Shadagengan. I would be a shadow walker.
Right on. You guys want to see where I was in that fire? That was actually my midnight campfire, and I was up in the Appalachians. I'll show you where I was. Check it out. So I was up on Chimney Rocks on the Appalachian Trail. This is probably 20 miles from here. And I was on, I think that was in 2017, and I hiked 50 miles for Appalachian. At the Appalachian Trail, I hiked about 50 miles for MS charity hike, MS Hikes. And so this is where I was camping. I was up on top of these rocks. Right on. Cool. Yeah, this is a really great place to go. This is near the halfway point of the Appalachian Trail. So this is near my home, and it's pretty steep. Yeah, it's like dangerously steep. Right when you see this, right, Waynesboro, past this cliff right here, it's a straight drop down, and this view is looking east. And so I woke up that morning and I was looking at, if you can picture it, the sun coming up over that ridge. Yeah, so behind us, when you're looking at this view, behind us is the top of Chimney Rocks, and it's like grassy with trees and pine trees, so you can camp out and you could put like a hammock up in trees. And then the Appalachian Trail heads to our left is north, to our right behind us is south, and so looking straight ahead is east. And the Appalachian Trail hugs the ridges and goes north all the way up to Mount Katahdin. So right on. So this is a really bitchin' sunrise. Not much of a sunset because behind us is all trees and it goes downhill. It's really thickly wooded. But yep, this is Chimney Rock. So this is where I shot that video. This is the reservoir. And I used to go here often. This is bitchin'. I did a video, my MS hikes video. This is where I was going, and we camped up on top there at Rocky Knob is up top there. So my MS hikes video is here at Misha. Right on. It's nice. Thought I'd share. So that's where that campfire was. You guys saw in the video. That's where I was at. Yep. Bitchin'. So that's what it looks like here in central Pennsylvania. It's pretty. It's pretty and it's old. It's 1600s old. Yeah, a lot of French and Indian history. You're tuning in an hour later. Thanks for tuning in. TJ, thanks for that freaking Viking yell. You maniacs. And I'm chilling, drinking coffee. I feel like sitting in the octopus's garden. I feel like a bowl of jello. But I'm doing all right. I'm doing a hell of a lot better than I was a week ago. I had too much activity last weekend, and so I was in a lot of pain Monday and Tuesday. And I'm doing much better now that I've had rest all week. And so for you guys who stopped in, thanks for stopping in, and good morning. Yeah, that was a little laggy. Hate to have to turn this down any. See what happens. Yep, we're at day 1066. I can dig it. So shit, we have to put Connacht. We have to put Connacht on their ear so they don't mess with us. And I have a feeling that they're going to be going to Man. They're going to be going to Mana. I don't know how many troops. Yeah, Helki's got 65 troops. I think I should be able to give him some troops. He's going to need them. Better give him what we can give him. Give him 100 Vikings. I'm freaking so skinny. I'm freaking sliding out of my chair. Looks like it's going to be a sunny day after all. Yeah, it was like raining and overcast here in the Gettysburg battlefield this morning. It's getting bright out though. Probably be a nice day. Hope I can get my ass outside on my balcony in my wheelchair. That'd be great. I dig it. I like going out on my balcony in my chair, chill out outside. I want to take you guys outside with me. Plant my garden. He needs troops bad. And that's what we'll give him. We should give him all of our, give him the stuff we don't want. Let's take those Danes, give them that spearmen, those veterans and chiefs. Give them a shitload of captains. I got a shitload of ship captains I've been saving up. Give them those chiefs. Just got some more cool. Should be set. Find out where Solveig's at. Connacht is going to attack in his mana. There's something telling me. There's a little crow on my shoulder telling me that Connacht is going to attack in his mana. Yeah, I got a feeling. So I'm thinking about just mustering the army and heading that way. We'll probably catch him on the ocean. So we go to mana, we call the troops. Yep, that's exactly what we do. We probably gave Helgi a shit ton of troops. That looks bitchin'. Look at that. What's Helgi rolling with now? I just gave him a freaking 100 troops or more. Yeah, he's kicking ass now. He's got almost 150. And now we're gonna have to take troops from Dunbarton. No, we gotta go help the Danelaw. We gotta go make buddies with them. We'll protect our real estate. If Solveig comes under attack, we'll muster our troops and head that way. Raiders, they gotta go. I wish we could put out patrols. Sometimes we have big birds here, like hawks or eagles, big turkey vultures. When they fly past the windows, it'll cast a big shadow. It's crazy. I love it. Rock and roll! Yeah, look at this. So cool. Yep. Nice. Perfect weather. This is perfect weather. This is the weather I like. 60 degrees, a little rainy, dark and overcast. Rock and roll. That's a perfect freaking day for a ride on a Shetland pony. I need some sailors, sir. The rain's a little janky. I don't think we have it. We do have some prisoners. Let's get rid of them. 4,000. Frisia and Dorstad, Wessex and Chippenham. Haglestead and Gwynedd. Ulaid at Rathkelter. That's an opportunity. If we got the entire army at Rathkelter and we attack Rathkelter, not only do we take out the army, we take out the garrison, we take them out completely. If we had the manpower afterwards, which we probably wouldn't, but there's 50-50. If I had a garrison saved up, then we go on to take their next fief. If we take a fief away from Connacht and we leave it alone, undefended, Ulaid will take back that fief from us, and then Connacht will want it back. Will cause a war between Connacht and Ulaid. It'll take some heat off of my lords. There aren't any. There will be. Let's see if anyone came to visit. We don't have anything in our chest. I don't think we need anything. I wouldn't need that for anything. How many wines do we have? $22 wine. That might give us the wine connoisseur trait. If we have 20 or more, I think it's 20 or more vessels of wine, then we should get the wine connoisseur trait. I'd love to see that change to ale or mead, right? And then we could gift our fellow lords, friends and enemies alike, we can gift them a keg as opposed to wine. Wine's a really nice treat, but we all saw Floki spit it out, right? Silly. Rock and roll. Those furs we give as gifts. We give as gifts to our guests of our feast, and we need to have a feast soon. Yep. And it's going to be interesting to see who Solveig marries, because she'll marry one of the lords, probably Aegal. We'll see. Who had the highest persuasion skill? I can't remember who it was. I'll have to look and see who has our highest persuasion skill. I don't know if it was Reginald. I want to change him to Rorik of Dorstad. Two. He might be the man. We have an 86 with him. We're solid. He'll probably be our next lord. Agatinos. We'll change. Who are we going to change him into? Dagfinnur Gunderson. Dagfinnur Gunderson. 2, so I could send either one of them. Reginald probably maybe has a higher leadership skill, I'm not sure. How about Asbjorn? I need him. I always need him. Shit, he has a persuasion of 3. And he's either Norse or Dane, but he's not royal. Reggie, I think, he was a drunk, but he's supposed to be Rorik of Dorstad. What about Brunhild? She's Frisian. No persuasion skill at all. So, who had that highest skill? Asbjorn. We might be able to part with him for a minute. We need to go and help. The kingdoms that have a casus belli, we want to assist them in battle or do a good deed for them to smooth things over. Whatever the issue was, young bride running off to elope or people stealing cattle from across the creek, do a goody good for them and that'll smooth things over. We need some troops. These Angles and these Brits, I want to do something with them. I wish I could put them in a patrol. I can always give them to one of our lords, and that's exactly what we should do. There's a ton of them. Because I'll fill this up with Vikings. That's all of them. I thought I had more. Let's take those spearmen. There we go. That works. No prisoners. It looks like we're solid. We're ready to roll. There's a few things I needed to sell. And thanks for joining me this morning, all of you everywhere. This is what I'd be doing whether I'm streaming or not. I'm not a TV watcher. I watch a documentary every day, maybe an episode of something. But we got the wine. Let's see if we get the wine connoisseur trade. I'm going to suggest to Toxolly to change that to like mead, honey mead, or Northumbrian mead, Bambara mead connoisseur, Bambara mead fiend, fat stout fiend, right? Well, I think it's Edmund Fitzgerald Porter from the Chicago Brewing Company. Boy, that's some freaking tar. I love it. That's some good stuff. Edmund Fitzgerald, Chicago Brewing Company, man. That stuff's the stuff right there. I'd like to have a big fat pint of that. Pint and a half. Let's see if we can bolster the economy a little bit by filling our own stores. See if we can get a feast going. Start buying everything up. What do we got? Wool, linen, tools. Go fill our larder. Wouldn't it be great if this had the voiceovers? So when you go over to talk to your wife, I like the little voices in the background, but it'd be great if she said that, her dialogue. Hello, Jarl Roldrig, or hello, just even hello. That'd be so much fun. I think they had it in place originally in Vanilla Warband, but they never went forward with it. They never finished it. Because everything's there for these people to be talking to one another. How are my chillins? We ain't got no chillins. You didn't buy me no black-eyed peas on January 1st, Sonny. So, let's see our larder. Equipment, household possessions. Yep, we ain't got nothing there now. We got plenty of treasure for our guests. Right? Righty right. Alright, let's kick it down. Beef? Where's the beef? Barley. 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 Cool, cool, cool. Right, fish fry. Got some more fishes? We got some fishes. How about some butters? One of each. One of everything. Oh, come on, we need some butters. There's the butters. Ain't got enough schneezes. Ah, we got bread for the head. Rock and roll. Wheat, wheat, wheat. Chicken and pigs. Mead. I think we have one more mead down here. We do. We got plenty of mead. Yep, we still need to keep filling that up. More furs. Yeah, furs are doing good. We got plenty of furs. Gifts for our guests. We got plenty of mead and plenty of ale. Plenty of ale. So let's keep collecting one of a little bit of everything. Cool beans. I think butters. We got butters, barleys. Do we got barleys? I think so. Yep. No wheat. Let's get some wheat if we got the wheat. Barley's better. Barley, 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 wheat. Nope, we gotta score some wheat. There's one wheat, two wheat. I have to go to the necessary in a minute if you're tuning in. And I'll be back in just a minute. I have to go to the can. I have to go to the freaking little Vikings room.
Sword in hand, and enter Valhalla, where a hero's welcome awaited them from the god Odin. The compass was unknown, and they could steer only by the sun and the stars. Once fog closed in, they were left helpless and blind. After all, the earth was flat. Sail too far off course, and the black wind would blow them across the poison sea that lay to the west and over the edge of the world into limbo. Their abiding aim was to conquer England, then a series of petty kingdoms, each one the jealous rival of the next. Thus, when the Vikings set forth to rob and plunder England, they never sailed out of sight of land. They confined their attacks to swift overnight raids. It was no accident that the English Book of Prayer contained this sentence: "Protect us, O Lord, from the wrath of the Northmen." Just like the good old days. Excellent. If you're kicking it, thanks for kicking it. Boy, it's getting bright out. Right in my face. Tunes are jamming. I gotta close that window. It's really bright. I'll be right back in 2 seconds. If I don't come back, I'm laying naked in a puddle of water.
Got that mid-morning sun peeking through the window a little too bright. And if you're tuning in and you're kicking it, thanks for looking. Welcome to our Monty's Dog Shield Wall adventure. Chilling with some coffee here in Gettysburg. It looks like a pleasant day outside.
Today, the gods will decide your fate!
Indeed. There we go. That rain was kicking our ass. We need to change his hall into a Norse hall. I can't feel my arms and legs. I feel like a bowl of jello. I'm in Octopus's garden. Would you like to go to the Octopus's garden with me? I'm doing pretty good, dude. I'm doing 100% better than I was a week ago. A week ago, I was in such pain. But it's taken me all week of resting to, for that to subside. So I'm doing better, but I have a lot of numbness today. But I'm doing all right. I'm doing good. And thank you for asking, Dusted. Right on. Good little battle. And so everyone's attacking us. Our kingdom's kicking ass. We're surviving, really. When you have bruises and you touch your bruise and it hurts a little bit, that's what my arms and legs feel like. But I'm in good spirits. And at the same time, I'm numb. Isn't that strange? That you can have both sensations at the same time. And that's MS. It's weird. It's like when your feet get too cold. You can't feel them, but they hurt. But I'm doing good. A week ago, I was in a freaking intense pain. I was in the worst pain all year. And now I'm doing much better. Much better than I was. If I'm streaming, I'm doing all right. Standard bears, we got 4 of them. And so this is it. This is my day, and I'm okay with that. I'm good. I might watch a documentary at some point today. Maybe I'll share it with you guys. If I'm going to watch something, I can stream and share it with you guys. I have a ton of documentaries, hundreds. And I'll likely have visitors today, so that should be fun. Alright, now we're going to go attack. We have to attack King Constantine because he's going to continue to harass our villages and shit. He's coming across the river. Let's leave our loot for the men. Keep their morale built up. Save that village. Now let's go attack King Constantine. And while we're here, let's make sure there's no bandits here. And if they have some wheat, we need to buy some wheat for year when. Buy that fish. I always buy everything in our kingdom's villages to keep their economy rolling. Keep the villages fat and happy. And so we'll see if Solveig shows up. Hell yeah, promote. Look at that. Isn't that freaking cool? Look at the... I wish we could keep it like this all the time. I love the fog and the mist. I'd like to be permanent like 90% of the time. Look like this, all misty. That's so cool. That's bitchin', man. Right on. All misty and smoky. And so you see Lathland. 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 Lathland is Neverland. Lathland is a fantasy land that never existed. Lathland was in the imaginations of the Picts and the Gaels and the Scoti and the Irish. And Lathland was this imaginary land in their minds of where the Scandinavians came from. And where they thought the Scandinavians came from was some misty, deep-treed world, some primordial, misty world that the Scoti and the Picts and these tribes up here in what is now Scotland came up with, and they came up with the term Lathland. Norse Gaels, that sounds like it's derivative of a Norse Gael term. And so it evolved, and so this is what the Picts pictured in their heads. of where the Scandinavians came from, and it's not far off, but the word that evolved from that idea they had was Lathland. It was never a real place. There was no geographical area that was ever called Lathland in the history of mankind. But it's a cool idea. Land of Jotuns. The land of my people. We should call it Lingonberry Land. Land of the Lingonberries. Oh, what do you think you're doing? I saw you creeping around over there. Let's see if Solveig catches up with us. Constantine's rolling over here trying to raid our stuff. We made some butter. Alright. Yeah, we'll sue for peace. I was just thinking of taking Rath Kalter. Because we've got the troops to do it. They wouldn't be suing for peace if they could beat us. They're suing for peace because they can't beat us, because they have another kingdom breathing down their neck, and it's probably Connacht. Because Connacht is huge. We're also at peace with the Weeneel. We're at peace with the Weeneel. So the Weeneel's probably breathing down their neck too. And the king of Weeneel, the Aeliak, he's got about 700 troops. He's ready to take back some of his territory. And he'll do it too. But we could use these guys off of our back. So Lagan and Connacht. And we're at war with Lagan. And soon Dublin will be at war with Lagan. And we're going to go to their assistance to keep them afloat. Help orchestrate and strategize and influence their decisions to keep them growing and big and strong so that they can survive against Momain and Connacht. Because those are going to be their two big enemies, Momain and Connacht. They might be able to hold themselves against Mead, but Dublin cannot hold themselves against Mead and Lagan. Lagan's rebuilt their army pretty big, and they're going to try to take Maestoo back. And that is your play-by-play Kingdom of Dublin news of the day. So Constantine's rolling around here messing with our villages, so we need to put a stop to it. Let's go scare the shit out of them, because we outnumber him 2-1. There he is. Oh, we got him. He can't get back in the city. He could get to sell Rigmanade. Yeah, let's knock out the king. Now, if we could, if Solveig catches up with us, that'd be really freaking great. Where you going, son? You're in trouble. You're in big trouble. No way. He's outrunning us. Yeah, he is, like by a mile per hour. Ah, you bastard. No way. Let's go get Domlek. Domlek's in trouble. Looks like we're defending our real estate. Let's go get this mother effer. Let's go get him. Let's go, go, go. Right on. Battle's on. Let's kick some ass. You see a crane circling above your party. You see 2 ravens circling above your party early in the morning. Thought and memory. Tell your men victory. Yes, it does. Awesome. Let's kick some ass. Who's this? Oh, so good. Let's get the whole army here. Look at this. Oh, you're in deep shit. Excellent. Excellent. Perfect opportunity for us to get some alliance points with Dublin, with our father-in-law and our cousins and our in-laws, our new in-laws. Let's kick some ass. Cool beans. Ready to fight. Yep. This guy's in trouble. This is what it looked like this morning here on the Gettysburg battlefield, just after sunrise. TJ! Well, our brooding romantic hero has a freaking arrow in his knee. Victory, baby, with an arrow in the knee. Good to see you here, Jarl Horoldrig. There is no greater fortune than the chance to show one's valor at the smorgasbord buffet. You're going to the slammer. Yeah, you raided my village. Now you're going to have to pay with the ransom. You're going to have to pay for the peasant lives that you took with your ransom, sonny. This is the best cog fog exercise of the day, is moving these troops around. Peasant woman. Standard bearer. There he is. Cool. Looks good. Good, good, good. Leave the loot for our men. Excelente. So, let's talk to our father-in-law. Right. Feast at Dublin. Lord, oh, that's our Lord, Lord Helgi, because there's two Helgis. Sir. Helgi. Good deal. I'm honored to fight by your side as well, sir. Rock and roll. Eso. It is a sweet memory indeed. Wessex. Wessex is beating them. We need to find Solveig. She's still at home. Let's see if she's going to make it to us. We need to check Ramsa. See if it's getting attacked. See if she needs help. She doesn't need help yet. Let's kill a couple of birds with one stone. Made 4,000 off those prisoners. enjoy the storm. Better place to enjoy the storm in Dumbarton on the ocean than on a rooftop. It's even better in Tunsberg. Let's see where we left our ships. We parked our ships somewhere. Yeah, I was moving troops all morning. We still need to catch King Constantine. I need to bring your winsome wheat. So Rigmanate is under siege. We can go help them with that siege. We still need like 4 or 5 packs of grain. It's raiding this shit. Somebody's raiding this shit. get 3 banners. Right. Let's see what we got. Right. Duel the King. Wish us luck. He's probably going to freaking shoot one right between our eyeballs. No way. I got some freaking lag. It's too slow. It's like my character's lagging. If he has us turned down for duels. I don't know, it seemed like it was really slow. Maybe it was the trolls. Not as fast as usual. Now you die. Yeah, this seems like it's really freaking lagging. Something's freaking running in the background. It's the trees, I don't know. Yeah, everything's definitely a little bit freaking slow motion. The fuck, man? I told him 3 times. Yeah, it's definitely lagging. Come on, skirmishers. Shit. Everything's slow. Everything's lagging a little bit. Right in the head. Right in the ankle. Way. Come on. I'm getting killed with one hit. guess I'm not gonna spawn. Nope. Oh, surrender my ass. What we need to do is get with our other lord there. Because we have Ago with like 300 troops right behind us, but there's no way we can get to him. They're beating us by about 100 troops. Let's see what we're sitting. Yep, we still got some decent health. Yeah, we're about out of archers. Something's really jacking me up. It's causing me some lag. No, I don't want to retreat. I want to take a look at my freaking system and see if something's running in the background. Because I'm getting some freaking lag that I shouldn't be. I wasn't getting any lag the past week. So what's running? Something running back there? Game bar. OBS is jamming. Everything looks pretty groovy. Let's see if my system's scanning. So the graphics are heavy duty. Yeah, my GPU is freaking cranking. I need to turn that down. Maybe I'll reset it a bit. Nothing we can do now. Particle systems off. Should help. Yeah. A little laggy. Come on, let's go. Yeah. What the fuck is with the invisible plants, man? This is getting unplayable. It's like spears and arrows sticking in the freaking in the air that's stopping the troops from moving forward. Where are we at? Here they come. Oh shit, I'm still in chat. Cool. shit. Did I get hit with one javelin? Yep. Where's our reinforcements? Yeah, this is getting a little laggy on me. I don't know why. Invisible shit in the air. It's making the battles impossible. Maybe they understand that command, no shit. something that's invisible there. It's making freaking battles impossible. Right there. There's something sticking up out of the ground that's invisible. Right there again. There's something sticking out of the ground. It's invisible. Stopping my character from moving. Shit, there's a bunch of them left. That's what it looked like. Ah, it's our allies. Right on. Shit, we defeated them. Good deal. Lost a lot of men. Hey, Raiko, good morning. Good morning to you. Let's see where that traveler can take us. Right back to Delma. All right, man. Thanks for asking. All right, pretty good. Dude, it's good to see ya. I hope you rested well. I hope you dreamed good dreams. How was our night? I think it was last night or this morning really early. We took Catharas. They gave it up without a fight. They had like 35 troops in there. Halfdan Ragnarsson showed up, attacked it, but then the Albans, the Picts, the Scots, they showed up from Skåne. And they ran him off, but he had already beat the garrison way down. And so I'd kind of seen that happen, and so I mustered up my troops. I really didn't need to, because there was, like I said, there was like 35 or 40 troops left in there. And so we gave them safe passage, and they left without a fight. And so we took that, and we made Helgi a vassal. So Helgi is now a vassal. So Helgi is a vassal, Solveig is a vassal, and Egil is a vassal. So all of our 3 Scandinavian companions in our party are now Jarls. And we still have a couple other Scandinavian companions. So we gave him Catharas and a village. We gave Egil Dunavert and a village, and the village that accompanies it. So I give each of my Jarls a castle and the village that goes with the castle, so they can protect it. They can protect it nice and close to home. So Solveig, I gave her our island of Man. So we gave her the castle of Innis Man, and we gave her the village of Paramsa. So she's got the island, and she's doing good. And so we kept Dunbarton. So we kept Dunbarton, and we kept the 2 villages that go with Dunbarton. So that's where our kingdom's sitting at. We are at level 36. What else? I think that's it. I changed the names of the horses to Icelandic Ambler and Shetland Pony rather than just Pony. Shetland Pony, and Icelandic Ambler. I think I also added torches to the menu, to the merchants. I have this wine here because I'm trying to get the wine connoisseur trait. Because if you have trait, strong, special trait, Dungeon Master. So we already have the special trait of Dungeon Master. I don't know what that gives us, what bonuses it gives us. But we could try to get the wine connoisseur trait too. That's what I was trying to do. And because I'd like to give that as gifts, it's an easy way to get relationship points with the other lords. These guys have been going around raiding our villages. These masterless men have raided all of our villages. It's time for them to die. We've been looking for them. We were hunting them down. A lot of pain. My pain, I'm glad you're feeling better. I'm really numb. I can't feel my arms and I can't feel my legs. And at the same time, they feel like they have pressure on them. But it's a lot better than, I was a week ago. A week ago, man, I was in intense pain, like burning and shit. It was bad. It was like torture. Like somebody was burning me with a torch. So I'm like a lot better. A lot better a week later. And so I'm glad you're feeling better too. I'm just really numb. I'm out of it. So yeah, did this guy get away? Did he get away? Are we gonna get him? This guy needs to pay. Did he get away? Nope, he's right there. This guy needs to die. He's attacking all of our villages. We have some quests we have to do as well. We'll catch this guy. Oh, you're gonna die, Bandit King. You're gonna die, Bandit King. No shit. This guy's raided like 3 of our villages. It's time for him to go. Them berserkers. Brunhild leveled up. What are we gonna give her? She needs leadership, persuasion, engineer. She needs a little bit of everything. I'm keeping her mostly as a medic. Tactics, tracking, riding, athletics, weapon master. Keep that sucker going. Her throwing's kicking ass. She has 2 points. Let's hit that leadership. Her throwing should be really good. Get that one-handed weapon a little bit. Right on. Give her some warrior rings and bracelets for leveling up. We reward her with arm rings for being a faithful shield maiden. Kick ass. Let's get these North Maiders up there. Rock and roll. Let's kill these bastards. They keep raiding our villages. Let's get those Danes up there. These guys. Yeah, shit, they're alright where they're at. Right on. A tough little crew. I gotta find their lairs and knock their lairs out. Yeah, well, it comes and goes. A week ago, it was the worst. It was the worst for the longest time. Intense pain, and so the reason is because of the activity. Too much activity. I stressed myself out physically, and what that boils down to is I should be using my wheelchair, and times when I'm not. I totally miss that guy. You know, it's force of habit. Our whole lives we're used to just getting up. Like I'll get up and I'll go over and I'll open the drapes and I'll use my cane, and I really should be in my chair. And my friends, some of my friends will give me a hard time because they say I should be in my chair. And so a little bit of exertion on my legs, and it's always my legs. A little bit of exertion turns into a lot of freaking grief, you know what I mean? Where the solution is just to be in my chair more often. Hopefully I'll be able to go to physical therapy sometime. It's just a matter of getting from point A to point B. So in time. I was over here also. I want to check Cell Rigmanade to see how many troops they have in there. Because they were just sieged by the sons of Ragnar. And so I'm thinking they must have, yeah, their lord. King Bagzek has 91 troops. Where was he going? They've only got 242 troops. We can take this city right now. No shit. Yeah, we could take this town. If we called our forces right now, just us and Aegil could take this. It's like really weakly defended. They give us 2 port cities. Huh. I think we should go for it. We should have plenty of food. Yeah, we could take this city. 300 troops inside. We got tons of wine. Shit, we're set. And we just defeated the king and I think 2 lords, so they're a little weak. Siege is on. Now I'm going to leave this right here for just a second. I can't turn the volume down, can I? Nope, doggone it. I need to go to the bathroom. Good, I can put it right there, turn that volume down, and just come back in a minute. So I'll be right back. Yeah, dude, I'm glad it's over too. I mean, today it's just like, you know, it's like you worked a really hard couple of days with no sleep, right? And there's some kid whacking you with a belt. So yeah, and then you know, you got to recover, you know the drill. Right on. I have to go to the can. I'll be right back. Enjoy.
The Yule feast was the biggest celebration of the year. A whole week of food and ale and mead and fights and laughter and drunken men vomiting in the snow. And there were horse races, wrestling matches, competitions in throwing spears, axes and rocks. And my favourite, the tug of war, where two teams of men or boys tried to pull the other into a cold stream. I got drunk that Yule for the first time. Helplessly drunk so that my legs would not work, and I lay moaning with a throbbing head, and Ragnar roared with laughter and made me drink more mead until I threw up. Ragnar, of course, won the drinking competition, and Raven recited a long poem about some ancient hero who killed a monster, and then the monster's mother, who was even more fearsome than her son. But I was too drunk to remember much of it. And after the Yule feast, I discovered something new about the Danes and their gods. For Ragnar had ordered a great pit dug in the woods above his house, and Rorik and I helped make the pit in a clearing. We axed through tree roots, shoveled out earth, and still Ragnar wanted it deeper, and he was only satisfied when he could stand in the base of the pit and not see across its lip. A ramp led down into the hole, beside which was a great heap of excavated soil. The next night all Ragnar's men, but no women, walked to the pit in the darkness. We boys carried pitch-soaked torches that flamed under the trees, casting flickering shadows that melted into the surrounding darkness. The men were all dressed and armed as though they were going to war. Blind Raven waited at the pit, standing at the far side from the ramp, and he chanted a great epic in praise of Odin. On and on it went, the words as hard and rhythmic as a drum beat, describing how the great god had made the world from the corpse of the giant Ymir, and how he had hurled the sun and moon into the sky, and how his spear Gungnir was the mightiest weapon in creation, forged by dwarves in the world's deeps. And on the poem went, and the men gathered around the pit seemed to sway to the poem's pulse, sometimes repeating a phrase. And I stared out into the woods, watching the shadows, wondering what things moved in the dark, and thinking of Shadowgengen. I often thought of the Shadowgengen, the Shadow Walkers. It had been well known that there were Shadow Walkers who moved silent and half seen across the land, mysterious creatures who could change their shapes. One moment they were wolves, then they were men, or perhaps eagles, and they were neither alive nor dead, but things from the shadow world, night beasts. And I stared into the dark trees, and I wanted there to be Shadowgengen out there in the dark, something that would be my secret. I remember my excitement that night at the notion of harnessing the power of the Shadow Walkers, before a whinny brought my attention back to the pit, and I saw that the men at the ramp had divided, and that a strange procession was coming from the dark. There was a stallion, a ram, a dog, a goose, a bull, and a boar, each animal led by one of Ragnar's warriors, and at the back was an English prisoner, a man condemned for moving a field marker, and he, like the beasts, had a rope about his neck. I knew the stallion. It was Ragnar's finest, a great black horse called Flamestepper, a horse Ragnar loved. Yet Flamestepper, like all the other beasts, was to be given to Odin that night. Ragnar did it. Stripped to his waist, his scarred chest broad in the flamelight, he used a war axe to kill the beasts one by one, and Flamestepper was the last animal to die, and the great horse's eyes were white as it was forced down the ramp. It struggled, terrified by the stench of blood that had splashed the sides of the pit, and Ragnar went to the horse, and there were tears on his face as he kissed Flamestepper's muzzle. And then he killed him. One blow between the eyes, straight and true, so that the stallion fell, hooves thrashing but dead within a heartbeat. The man died last, and that was not so distressing as the horse's death. And then Ragnar stood in the mess of blood-matted fur and raised his gore-smothered axe to the sky. "Odin!" he shouted. "Odin!" Every man echoed the shout, and they held their swords or spears or axes towards the steaming pit. "Odin!" they shouted again. All the corpses were taken from the pit and hung from tree branches. Their blood had been given to the creatures beneath the earth, and now their flesh was given to the gods above. And then we filled in the pit, we danced on it to stamp down the earth, and the jars of ale and skins of mead were handed around, and we drank beneath the hanging corpses. Odin, the terrible god, had been summoned because Ragnar and his people were going to war. I thought of the blades held over the pit of blood. I thought of the god stirring in his corpse hall to send a blessing on these men. I was only 10 years old, but on that night I knew what I would become. I would join the Shade Gengen. I would be a Shadow Walker.
Shadow Walker. Right on, Uhtred.
The Yule Feast was the biggest...
Cool beans. Awesome. I've got plenty of more. Stay tuned. It's getting bright out, isn't it? Yep, the sun's really shining. That should help. A little bright in here. Yeah, it's a little better. My window, there's a great big window and sliding glass door. To my right, it's probably 6 feet away. My chair's right there. My canes. Boy, it sure gets bright in here. So my windows face the east and west, so I get the sunrise and sunset, which is nice. But boy, it's like an atom bomb. And in the afternoon's like an atom bomb with the sun. Summer sucks. That's why I like that overcast. Might have to get some kind of film. My buddy told me to get some of that film, like you tint the van windows, the soapy stuff. Put it on the windows, put it up there. So I won't have to close the drapes. Just get the tint the windows so I can see outside. Get my bird feeders filled up, get my flowers planted. That'd be good in the wheelchair. Right on, dude. Right on, so we're going to besiege Selrigmanade. I think Dr. Greenbuds will be coming over. He might be tuning in. I don't know who's tuning in. I never know who's tuning in. Some people always look. Ryko's always tuning in, and thanks for tuning in. And Dusted was here, and Dank was here. Right on. Let's see. We're besieging Selrigmanade. Right on. It's just sitting there waiting for the taken. Let's see where we're at. Yeah, a little laggy today. I turned things down a little bit. Cool, we're back in the game. Earlier I forgot to change the screen. I think I was in chat for 5 minutes. Good, we're not spending too much. That's all right. Huh. Gotta give our troops more time to get here. Shit. Someone tried to kill us. It won't be the first time. We should be ready to roll. The rest of our lords didn't make it here. Lord Helgi's party will join us in battle. Where the heck is Aegal? We only have Helgi here. Aegal's not here. We need Aegal. I think it's noon. I wish it told us how many men we have. We have more than they do. We got at least 100 more men than they do. Fire archers? Shit, what are you waiting for? Yeah, it's a little laggy today. It hit me with a rock right in the head. Got him.
Walking, aiding.
Right on, Brett. I'm doing much better. Much better. We just took Selrigmanade. So we just took our second port city. A week ago I got too much activity, and so I've been fucked up all week. My legs have been in intense pain. And so with resting all week, I've been in bed a lot all week. I can't feel my arms and legs, but I'm doing good. It's better than them being in intense pain, and they're not. So it's, you know, I needed to rest. I had too much activity. So we just took Selrigmanade, dude. Thanks to your cheer. So how's the Brit? Not just a Brit, the Brit. How's it going, buddy? How's life treating you, my friend? Not too good, man. I'm sorry. Ah, fuck. Yeah, I know the feeling. Most of my girlfriends haven't ever been faithful. Good. You're better off. Now you know. Better now than later, my friend. And all pain heals. It might heal, but we might not never forget. And some things are heavier than others. That, when you're my age, you won't even remember that at all. In 5 years, 2 years, you won't even remember it. You won't even remember that girl's name. You won't. We just took Selrigmanade, man. See, you brought us good luck. Rock and roll. We just took Selrigmanade from the picks. Awesome. How many troops do we lose? Helgi lost 31 killed. I lost 27 killed. Not too bad. I had about 270, so I lost 27. He had about 200, so he lost 31. These guys, we wiped them out. 181 killed. The Sons of Ragnar Lothbrok already softened up that city. They did. They just had it sieged like a week earlier, but they didn't go through with the siege because they had peace with the Picts. During the siege, they had peace. So they weakened it a little bit for us. Now we just rolled in and took it. About that. Lots to do. Dr. Greenbud should be coming over. He's probably at lunch. He might be tuning in. Right on, man. I'm glad you're here. This seems a little laggy today. Warrior would take those warriors. Do we have any peasants in here? Let's get rid of the peasants. We probably do. Those landowners. Peasants. Get all the other guys. These warriors. Hornmen. Landowners. There we go. Much better. Leave the loot for our men. We're going to take Selrigmanade for ourselves. I should leave the fief open. I'm keeping it for myself. I'm keeping the cities. I'm giving my Jarls forts. All right. Now we have a city on each coast. We can really start doing some trade. We're going to make a lot of money from trade. We have both cities, both port cities on both coasts, right by Brit's house. Right on. So we just took, so I did not, that was not in the plans for today. It wasn't. And we have a competition. Let's see what we got. Hagalam. Got plenty of grub. And I'm sitting here joking, it feels like there's a hot cigarette lighter on my leg. Isn't it crazy? It is, it's nuts. What a mess we made. What a mess we made. So we took another city, Icelandic amblers. We got Shetland ponies. Right on. Kick ass. We got a new city. Rock and roll. I did not plan on taking this. It wasn't in the plan at all, but it was there and we outnumbered them. And it's a city. We're going to get shitloads of tariffs. We're going to get like 20,000 a week. So that works. Right on. Kick ass. Oh, that's so cool. Man, I want to play a Scottish, Pictish, Norse Gaelic campaign. Awesome. What do we got? Let's check out our digs. Our new city. We go for a swim. I'm gonna get a pet boar. I'm gonna get a wild boar. A pet boar. Yeah. I'm gonna get a pet boar as a service animal, right? To keep me company. Why not? It's a service animal, right? And if I get hungry, you know. What are you doing down there? Who let that pig out? Rock and roll, our new city. Now we can go visit Norway whenever we want. Without having to switch ships, we can just buy ships and put them into sport. There she blows. We'll do the foundry. Keep it a mix. The wealthiest center in the Northlands is known as Rib. Sell Rigmanade. We are poorer than 27 towns. We are almost the poorest town in the world. We're the second poorest town in the world. So we need to change that. Dude, right on. Enjoy. Awesome. Enjoy, and thanks for kicking it. So yeah, we have almost the poorest town. We need to do something about that. Set that to low. Let's check out our new hall. Alright, let these ladies go free. We have a kingdom bard. Where, of course, my lady, you may go. Ingenbrod can go. Awesome. Yep, we got our pagan priest here already. Nice. Bitchin'. Yep, now we need to garrison this sucker. We're gonna have to throw all of our troops in here. And we're probably gonna get sieged. So we're going to have to freaking recruit. And we also have Connacht breathing down our necks. Did we already throw our Norsemen in there? We did. Keep them. Yeah, we got to throw everything we got in there. Let's hope there's a ransom broker in the pub. Right. All right. Look at that freaking camp, man. Look at that. That is bitchin'. That's a camp. How'd you like to live at that Living History Village full time? That's what my daughter wants to do. She wants to live at a Living History Village and do Living History 24/7. Just like Victorian Farm on television. That's what my daughter wants to do. Probably colonial, revolutionary, American Revolutionary War, Victorian period, Rev War period. Slave market right off the bat, so we sell those damn prisoners every time. Yep. Good deal. That'll take us a month to build that. And that's our only options, is to build improvements. Did we go to the meat hall yet? We didn't. Still bright out, but boy, I hope that sun stays behind clouds. What are you doing, my host? Hello, host. Hire some workers. That's what I got. A woman comes at 2 later, explains that she used to cook for the... We were hiring. Alright, so we have a cook. King Harold aimed to conquer Norway to win the hand of Princess Gita. No, that's not the story. That's the story in this game, but not the real story. When I mod this, when I mod this in my mod, when you start a brand new campaign, Princess Gita's already married to King Harold because he already rules Norway. The great story of the unification of Norway, the founding of Norway. Nordavegar. There we go. Cool. So that's our pub. Happy Widow. So now we should have Ago kicking it outside. Let's get some recruits. They don't like us. No, they don't. Let's get some recruits. Ago is gonna follow us all the way home. Or that is Haugi. Ago never showed up. We only have 150 troops in there. We need to get some troops and throw them in there quick. We're gonna lose the city. Where the heck is Ago? He'll probably take the water. Yep. So we're on our own. Nope, he's going this way. Yeah, we have to get our troops. get any troops here? We probably can. We gotta get some troops and protect your when. Somebody's cooking lunch. I can smell it. I'll probably have a cup of noodles. We have 141 prisoners. They're freaking terrified of us. Ransom broker, what's up with that? That should do it. bastard. We have to go on the attack. I'm not going to chase after that fool. Let's go get this other bigger fool. It pisses me off. They're like little gnats. They're like running around with like 10 troops raiding our village. It's impossible that they could raid that with 30 troops. Hey, Ryko. It's still giving me Britain Freemen. Freaking ransom broker never shows up. We still have a few more days until our slave market is done. We have one fief that hasn't been raided. So we can catch this fool. Well, they must not have come this way. Or now. My vassals just sitting around there chasing peasants and shit while their villages are getting raided. Genius. And then it's somehow my fault. This lord's creeping around here somewhere. I don't know where he went. He must have gotten away.
You are the slave.
Hey, thank you for that sub, Ryko.
You are in my power.
You are. Nope, wrong one. Thank you.
Kind of pretty before it gets started, ain't it? Oh, frog the money Gordon, he did right.
Rock and roll. Man, where'd this lord go? We have a bad guy who's cruising around here. He's raiding our villages. This village has been raided. This village has not been raided, so he's probably headed there. They're going to raid that next, and I hope Helgi defends his doggone village. What's for breakfast, lunch, and dinner? I need to eat something. Quesadilla. These lords raided us and disappeared. Bullshit. Yeah, rock and roll. Thank you, Ryko. Yeah, we've got like lords roaming around here raiding our shit, and then they just disappear, but they have to go through our ports, so where'd they go? They've got to be roaming around. Yeah. Dude, right on. Thank you, Britt. You gifted that? Oh, I see. Now I see the alert. Right on. Thanks for that gift, Britt. Thank you. Man, these freaking lords are ticking me off. Raiding our villages. Shit, we're just trying to be productive. And then they disappear. We need to dump a bunch of troops in here. We only have 200 troops in here. We need at least 400. I need to throw at least 400 troops in here. It's too red. My body feels like it's been shot with morphine. It's weird. I'm not on any drugs. I don't do drugs. I smoke weed and coffee and aspirin. And like Peter Tork from the Monkees once said, Oh, I do drugs. I drink coffee, take aspirin, and watch TV. So yeah, we need to throw all these guys in here. And now we pretty much have no army. I'm gonna stack as many of these guys in here. I should take the really weak guys. Leave all the tough guys in here. Yep. Let's go hunting. Hunting for enemies. Oh, there's some more in there. Yeah, we need more troops. Ah, boy, I could go for some freaking cheese. Crackers. Lingonberry jam. Now there's a ransom broker. Oh, you punk, you. Oh, you big punk. We'll take these watchmen trying to take what we got. We need to fill up this garrison. Thinking maybe quesadillas. I don't know what I have to eat in there. I know I have baked beans. I have chicken and potatoes. Fries are always good. Or as Spirit would say, chips. Dude, you were fun with your mod poles. When last time we were hanging out, I remember you doing the mod poles with the chips and the chips and fries. That was fun. We had a blast. Hagalam. Should we take these Danes and go kick some ass? Let's take these Danes. Let's take these Norse. Let's take these Vikings. Let's go looking for the enemy. Keep them off the bottom. Our camp woman down there. Put those Vikings in there. Kick ass. Now they got a decent garrison. Get these boys right down there. There you go. Right on. Last defense. All Vikings. All the time. They should be able to hold. Shit, you see, now I can get a ship. I can go to Norway from Selrigmanade and I can recruit in Norway. I can get troops over in Norway without having to go all the way up around into Hebrides and the Shetlands. Now I can just hit Selrigmanade. I can go to Denmark. I can go to Norway, recruit troops, do some quests, come back to the east coast of England. Now we need to get more men. Need some archers. We don't have too many archers in this garrison. Got plenty of good infantry. We'll leave them there. We'll recruit more. What do we got? Yeah, build the slave markets. I'm tired of looking for freaking ransom brokers. There should be one in every town. It was the biggest industry in the world at this time. Smoke them if you got them. Rock and roll. Half a chicken. Ah, fuck, man. Chickens are the way to go. I'm telling ya. Red sauce. Rock and roll. Yeah, dude, some pasta sounds good today. Fries, chips. Yeah, I'm probably going to make a cup of noodles for lunch. But then for dinner, I'll have some chicken and nuka potato. Likely. I have yams and I have baked beans. I got some ranch. Ranch. I'm gonna introduce myself as Ranch all week. Just Ranch, nothing else, just Ranch. Somebody engages me, I'll just say Ranch. Ranch. Randomly, kind of like Mr. Bean. Ranch. Yeah, it's 1 o'clock. I'm probably gonna go soon. Yeah, I should actually. Some things I have to do before 2, 3 o'clock. It's today, Monday? It is. How many troops we got in there? 400, I'm happy with that. We have 400 troops in there. Good enough for now, right? Almost 200 Vikings, 75 Danes, 50 Norse. Good deal. And then piecemeal a little bit of this, a little bit of that. Those guys can hold. They can hold. We have no ships. We have 114 troops. Can we get over to Edinburgh from here? I wonder if he'll transport us over to Edinburgh. Probably not, because we're the Marshal. We don't have, there's no ships for sale, there's little ships. Let's see if they'll take us, or they won't because of we're the Marshal. Are you looking to travel? I'm sorry, there are currently no passengers in the port that can transport a Marshal and his whole army. If I wasn't Marshal, he would transport me. They'd ferry us over across the Wash, but he won't. Because it'd be easier for us to get to Edinburgh, and then we could recruit. But we got 100 troops. We have 100 troops that we need to level up. So we'll get back and start recruiting. We're gonna loot. Villages are going to get raided this round. For the next month or so, our villages are gonna get raided until we build up our forces. Shit! Somebody keeps trying to have us assassinated. Oh, right. So who's... Shit, is this ours? Fuck. That's our village. So Bertha's all the way up here. We should swap them. Swap them villages. There isn't a village to swap. Give us Craig. Yeah, instead of Bertha. Craig. Swap it with Skun. Bastards. Shit, I was just going to check on the village. Make sure there's no bandits here. We're trying to also earn our... We're trying to earn our wine connoisseur trait, right? So, we have Dungeon Master trait, we have the Strong trait, but we don't have the Wine Connoisseur trait, which is cool because you can gift kegs of wine to your pals, get buddy points with them. Right on. Hey Senpai Will, what's shaking? Dude, how's your move going? And I hope you're doing well. Hang in there, buddy. High five. Don't be shy. There's a bunch of freak shows here, but most of them are wearing pants. Brit's not wearing pants. He's wearing sweats. Or fatigues. Right on, you guys. Good morning. Right? I am. I'm wearing Columbia hiker pants. My brown hiking pants. Yeah, I need to get some more. Summer's coming though, so I'll be in shorts most of the time. And I have a whole drawer full of shorts, working. Khakis with the cargos, pockets, you know. That's what I wore. I have like all the shorts I'll need from working over the years. I don't need anything new. But for winter time, it's like sweats. I need like 5 pair of sweats. So right on. I think we just bought everything we needed to buy. We're all set. What a freaking creepy. Let's take a look around. Look at this. See, shield bash doesn't work unless we're in siege or combat. Man, he always leaves me over here. I get so lonely. We don't have a negative with him. I'm the lord of this village. Cool. Well, we couldn't recruit that time. Maybe next time. We should have permission from Helgi. Oh, these bastards. Kaislin Crady. Somebody's already there attacking that damn village, and I don't have the freaking I do have the troops to defend it. Let's go kick their ass. Bastards. Bastards! Picking on my peasants. What a bunch of punks. Small bands of enemies. So they have 100 or less. And chase them off. What's up, punk-ass McGillicuddy? Look at you. 239 troops. We're going to kick your ass. Raid my village, you punk. Ah, you're in freaking trouble. You wait. You just wait. You just wait right there. Wait right there. I got some haggis with your name on it. Let's bait his ass. Let's get him to chase us. He ain't going for it. Oh, you bastard. He's from me, too. He came all the way over from Ireland, which means he has to go through our port. Well, fucko, it's your lucky day. He shouldn't have ought to done that. Fuck, man. Follow my cursor. Let's go. I don't need him right now. We'll catch his ass on the ocean. He can't outrun us on the ocean. We'll take his ships. We'll shave their heads. We'll caulk the planks of our ships with their hair. Sell them into slavery. There'll be rowing oars on Egyptian ships within a month. He had to have gone towards the ocean. I don't see him. He must be right here. He's gotta be. See if we can catch this guy. We can't. Because I left my ships at another port. Yeah, so he's going to get away. Bastard. Bastard. Let's go garrison our other fort again. What needs to be leveled up? We got more troops. Take the prisoners back, sell them. Yeah, he got away. He got away. Yeah, maybe we'll just scoot out of here soon. Let's see if we're lucky and we got a ransom broker. We did. 26,000 for those prisoners. Veteran Captain, what are you doing? We'll take you. Happy Widow, good morning. Let's go see how our goods are sitting. Gotta stop these bastards from raiding our shit. It's really rustling my jimmies. Butter. Yeah, we're not going to be able to do shit. We're not going to be able to make that quest at Haramsa. Oh, Gwynedd took back Innis Mond. Shit, we can take that city. I bet you we could. I bet you it's weekly garrison. The Sons of Ragnar are working their way into Gwynedd. Yeah, they've taken a couple fortresses down here. And it looks like East Anglia is done. Yeah, it looks like East Anglia is done, at least for the meantime. Wessex has taken Dunnock. Wessex has taken Norfolk, Norfolk. Gwynedd's taken Tungate. Yep, Wessex, Gwynedd, and the Sons of Ragnar. Yep, they're still hanging on to York. Fate was in his mind. We should go try to take it if we had the troops. If we had the troops, we could. So in time. Yep, as the dragon dice rolls. Damn. That freaking Lord's creeping around here. I know he is. He's just made it up here. Who's this? We're not at war with Ulaid. So Don Chad has joined Ulaid. Let's get this garrison before it gets besieged. Yeah, we're not going to be able to make that in 3 days. Harams is looted, so we'll fail that quest. Which means that Solveig could not protect it. It's probably an overwhelming force. Helgi's been taken prisoner by Alba. Let's dump our troops in here. We'll keep the piecemeal troops. We'll dump the big fat ones, the Danes, the Norse. We'll stick with that. Take those Vikings for a ride. I'm looking at the scene here. You see my character? See him down there? See if you can jump off the dock. Nope. By the power of Grayskull. Let's go for a swim pony. This horse is loving it, man. I'm taking him out for a bath. See, I don't think there's a slave trader here. Ransom broker. Grab some sailor stuff. So Helgi got captured. Who was he fighting? Let's see if, of course there's no ransom broker now that we have all these prisoners. So how many troops we have in Selrigmanade now? 239, they'll hold. We'll come to their aid if they need it. So Helgi got captured. Magduak is rebuilt. Canmudeus is rebuilt. Ramsa is looted. Let's see.
I will drink from your skull!
Oh, you guys crack me up every time you do that. Every time you do that, it's funny as hell. It's funny as hell. It's like a hidden squeaky toy, but it's like a Viking squeaky toy. Make you step on it. We have to find Helgi. So we dumped about 400 troops in there. Somebody took Helgi prisoner. They must have been pretty tough. Because he had, yeah, East Anglia is gone. East Anglia is no more. King Edmund is gone. King Edmund of East Anglia. They're done. Dunnock's a cool port city too. Pardon me. My agenda for today is I have to pay some bills. I have to get some tobacco and hopefully some snacks. I'm good on food. I'm good on food. Right on. Thanks for waking me up, Funny Hour. Funny Hour Mark. Everybody knows Funny Hour Mark. He's my favorite comedian, Funny Hour Mark. Hey, somebody's got to entertain me. Might as well be me. Oh, these bastards. The enemy, man, I'm telling you what, they're giving us freaking grief. We're not even enemies with him. I don't know who took Helgi. It had to have been someone, it had to have been a lord from Alba. It had to be. That got looted. It was probably this guy from Ulaid. Jarl Halfdan was looking for him. See if Dr. Greenbuds comes by today. He might be lurking. Just the bus. So this village is probably next to get raided. Our villages that haven't been raided, I have to keep an eye on them. What's my controversy looking like? 15. We got over 1,000 renown now. Aegal is one of those lords that just kind of hangs around his fief. Raiders and traders. As soon as your win is oh, there it is. Let's go drop off that yeah, we couldn't train the peasants of Haramsa because the village was looted. So Solveig must have been hiding in Manx in her castle because the force must have been bigger than her. She couldn't take them on. So we can deliver this wheat. We should have plenty of wheat to deliver these guys. Indeed, I brought you 5 sacks of grain. Good deal. No enemies around. Take that pig off your hands. See how much wine we have to get before that kicks in. 31 Britain skirmishers, we'll take them. Throw them in our garrison. We need to change the culture. Keep an eye on our villages. We have to rescue Helgi. Ah, you're in deep shit, Domhnall. Love the ongoing freaking adventure. Right on. Gonna kick your asses. Come out and play, you turds. So they didn't drop off Helgi yet. Alright. I gotcha. I gotcha. Run you right into Aegle. It's February 1st, 871 AD. Happy New Year. Ah, you ever you. Nope, he doesn't have Helgi.
Hello out there in TV land.
Max Shylander, thanks for the follow and welcome. Hello. Good afternoon. Go get him, Aegle. Go get him, Aegle. Go get him, Aegle. What are you waiting for, Aegle? What's Aegle doing? Go get him, Aegle. Why are you not attacking this guy, Aegle? Oh no. What's up with that? So Solveig is patrolling. Helgi. Helgi's still out in the field. He's a prisoner of someone. I'd like to find him and free him. I don't know why Aegle's not attacking this enemy. He ain't doing shit. Let's go, Aegle. Let's kick his ass. Hey, hey. Right on. Thank you, Max. And we are playing. Britt, would you exclamation mark Viking? Cool beans. Rock and roll. And thanks for the friendships and thanks for the follows. Thanks for kicking it, y'all. Right on. Let's kick this guy's sorry ass right back into the Irish Sea. Oh, you're in trouble. Yeah. Right on. Oh, I understand that you have given Cathras to a commoner who has taken the name Jarl Helgi. Have a care. A dog may turn on its master. Oh, we're going to throw your heads into the ocean. You're in big trouble. Yeah, he is. Excellent banner. Excellent banner. Man, so who took Helgi? Somebody took Helgi. We can't have that. We have a Dane as a Jarl. We have a Norse female Jarl. And we have a Swedish Jarl. Awesome. Where's our Sver friend? Son of Thor. It's the son of Thor. He has red hair. That's where that red hair comes from. Oh, you are in big trouble. You're in big trouble, Sonny. Right, she's got some good points going on. What else does she need? Everything? Everything. She needs everything. How many points she got left? 1. Weapon master, boom. Hot diggity dog. Throwing. Let's get her spear play going. Rock and roll. Cool, cool, cool. Dive. Awesome, awesome. Give her some bracelets. She leveled up. Our sailors into Vikings. Bloodthirsty little bastards. Let's go, go, go. Let's get some Danes. You guys are going to earn your freaking keep today. Yeah, you are. Let's make them horsemen. I don't usually like to use the cavalry. Let's go, go, go. We'll mess them up. Rock and roll. What am I missing? These guys. Cool. All my tough guys up front and center. All those Vikings. Let's go, go, go. Oh, we're going to win the duel. We're going to die. We're going to get a javelin right between the eyes. Chicken.
That's a nice head you have on your shoulders.
Fucker. Master Raw, good morning. Oh shit, it's afternoon. It's after 12. Good morning, man. It was cool seeing your game, Eve. I've always wanted to see that. Let's go, let's go, let's go, boys. It's probably one of ours. Yeah, I'm dead meat here by myself. Get him, boys. Get him, 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 get him. Shit. There's only about 300 of them. There's about 600 of us. Fall back, boys. Fall back, boys. Let's see what we're working with. Yeah, you got a shit ton of big shield wall coming. Let's get back into the woods for our reinforcements should be coming. Right on, there they are. Right there. Come on, fall back, boys. Shield wall. Shield wall. Come on. Form up. Ricola! I'm putting that in there. The Ricola mod. Master, all apologies. I'll be out in a minute. Dude, I'd like to see you play that Eve some more. I've always wanted to play that. I found it a little overwhelming for me. The multiplayer, so many people in there. It was cool watching you play. I knew you played that for years. You really played that for a long time. I don't think I ever got to catch you play that, though. We're trying to find Helgi. We have to rescue Helgi. Oh, dude, hold fast. That's bitchin'. I'd like one of you guys. I knew one of you guys. Don't worry about me. F that. Good morning to you. Right on, Raw. Dude, thanks for the company this morning, Rawl. I always appreciate your streams. Somebody give Master Rawl a shout out, please. Dude, your game looks really great too. I'm a big Battlestar Galactica fan, bigger than like Star Wars or anything. I have that Battlestar Galactica Dreadnought, and that kind of reminded me of Eve a little bit, like the way it's laid out. But that was really cool. Your spaceship looked bitchin'. Your spaceship looked kick-ass. Yeah, I like space games, man. If I could just find one for me, you know? Find one for me. So what do you guys think about the Britton Walda team making a space game? Have you guys looked at it? You seen the videos? I'm sure you have. Rock and roll victory. But shit, we need to find Helgi, man. We need to find Helgi. So, luckily Solveig didn't get captured, but Helgi did. And for some reason, Egel's just kind of like nicking around his castle drinking ale. Leave all the loot for our men. We have plenty of loot. So we beat his booty. Let's send Egel on his way. Have him patrol. Let's have him patrol his own dang village, man. Ken Mudeas. Rock and roll. So Master Rawl, we're going to travel to Dunbarton. Britt's going to hook up with us. He's going to hike up here about 180 miles. We're going to go into a video live stream tour of Dunbarton. Wouldn't that be bitchin'? That'd be really bitchin'. It's not as massive as it looks. You guys can look at this on Google, right? So neat. So cool. Wouldn't that be fun, though? That'd be a fun trip, wouldn't it? Bitching, you guys. Awesome, awesome. So where the heck is Helgi? How we doing? 1100 renown. Kick ass. We took Cell Rigmanate. It was just sitting there. They had about 200-300 troops in it, and I was only able to stick 200-300 troops in it. Bertha's going to constantly get raided because it's way up in Pictish land. So how we sitting? Right on. So Jarl Aega, we gave him Dunavert and Canmudas. Lady Solvega of Telemark, we gave her the Isle of Manx, and she survived. She had some raiders on the island, but she must have not been able to beat them because she went inside the castle. Unless she did beat him, but the village got raided, so I don't think she beat him. Helgi is somebody took him prisoner. We need to find him. Yup, we need to find him. I toned that red down as best I could, but there's something that's still reddening it up, and I think it must be a shader or something. Yep. Dude, right on. What time? Oh, it's, you know, right on. There, cool. Thanks for shouting him out, Raiko. Dude, you have to look at it and decide for yourself. I don't know. It kind of looks like first person. I don't think it's third person yet. The videos that I saw, like there's videos on YouTube on the Britton Walder YouTube. Good, I'm in the chat room window. And on their site, it's like you know, it's like they're walking through a spaceship, like you're in first person and you're walking through a spaceship and you're like interacting with stuff. It's like your you know, it's like your State of Decay, but first person. But all I saw was you're inside a spaceship. So we'll see. Because, you know, I'd like to find a good space game. There's not any that I really play. But I love Battlestar Galactica. I'm a big Battlestar Galactica fan. And I have that Battlestar Galactica Dreadnought. But it's a bit of a learning curve, so I have to learn to play that. That's going to be bitchin'. Yeah, it's Britton Walder team. They've been working, that's what they've been working on, I guess, since Viking Conquest. We should look at that. We should look at the videos. We'll have to see what that's all about. And I think Dr. Grunbuzz is coming by today, and if not, I'm going to hook up with the FBI lady and hopefully I can get a ride to the little gas station. Awesome. Let's see what these guys have been up to. Here we go. Beyond Mankind. Britton freaking Walda. I love Viking Conquest. Master Raw. Sorry to hear that. Yeah, that's right. Yeah. Brit's going to. Who's coming to you? Oh, Zahu's coming to the UK. I think he's taking a job there. That's right. Dude, better finding out now than later, right? For sure. That's just what I told him too, bud. So rock and roll, that's what we're looking at. Start. Imagine. Games. Beyond Mankind. YouTube refused to connect. Check it out. Look at them. Explore, interact, fight, choose, feel, survive. The Awakening's an action RPG. The Awakening. Beyond Mankind. is an action RPG action RPG taking place in a post-apocalyptic world, sporting a mature and deep narrative, rich exploration, tense combat, and immersive RPG mechanics. Cool. $20 on Steam. $20 on Steam. So this is up for grabs, or this must be pre-release $20. It's got to be. Because, yeah, I don't think this is available yet, but if it is, hell, I'd love to give it a shot. Let's check it out, you guys.
Time is an illusion.
Un momento, senor. Right back there, Sonny. There you go. Let's crank that baby up. Awesome, awesome.
Time is an illusion.
Cool.
Space, an abstract construct of the senses.
Yeah. Is that for download and everything? Thanks, Raw.
Adrift in the immensity of the universe.
Can we buy that and play it?
279 of the 5th generation. Fight decisively. Use your power wisely. You have one mission. Reconquer Earth.
That looks cool. Look at this. Oh my gosh, you guys. This looks like fun. Holy shit. What do you think?
If you follow that path, everything makes sense. The only problem is, you can never be sure that your memories are real.
The first thing that comes to mind is Expanse mod. Expanse mod. Look at this freaking guy. Can you believe they let him on YouTube? That was fun. I left my mark, guys, right here. You'll never forget me. No shit. Rock and roll. Ah, you guys, I'm glad to be among gamers. You guys loving the games. I love the games. Awesome, awesome. Yeah. Hey, what's shaking, Nai? What's happening? How are you? Good morning, good afternoon. It is afternoon. Britton Walda. That looks like fun. Can we play that yet? The reviews aren't good. No kidding. I'll buy it and play with you if you do. The reviews aren't good, huh, Raw? Huh. Well, I hope they improve it, man. I thought it was a little strange that, you know, Britton Walda's demographic is a medieval fan base, and they totally went off in a different direction. That's very risky. And that's what they did. And so I wish them success. And I'd love to try it out. You can play it right on. The reviews are mixed. Right on. Right on. What's for lunch, y'all? Thanks for hanging out, guys. Oh, you guys. I got that fancy. I got the fancy $2 cup of noodles. Not the $1, the fancy $2 cup of noodles. Reviews are mixed. I didn't know it was even available yet. I didn't even know it was available yet. Master Roll, that's what I was going to ask you. I was wondering what if you have, and I would imagine, I think I probably already know. What is your favorite? Yeah, you're rich. Right. They're good noodles. They are. They're like the yummy ramen kind, right? They're like the fancy ramen kind. It's easy for me to make, man. I nuke a freaking cup of water. Lunch is served. Yeah. Dude, what's your favorite mod? Do you have one? I would imagine it would be A World of Ice and Fire. In Gaming Brit, do you have a favorite mod? And I think, Raiko, your favorite mod might either be Parisno or Warsword Conquest. Am I right? Says in the tags. Yeah. Really? In its current state, huh? I'd love the hell out of it. Any of the crash mods, but oh, yeah, I'm sorry. I don't have a lot of crashes in that, but I turn everything down too. I love it too, yeah. Crashes too much, huh? Because I'm gonna fire it back up. I'm still like early game. I'm playing my Mormont playthrough, so I have Bear Village. I've sworn oath to King Rob. And I was just up north and I was helping the Black Watch, the Night's Watch, do some little side quests, right? Like rouse some bandits out of these villages and stuff, but they're like, you know, the cool quests, not the normal quests. And so that's what I'm doing right now. I'm not very far into my Mormont playthrough, but damn, I like exploring around that world. And I love your whole idea of getting that Sword of the Morning and that. That was pretty cool. So many different adventures. That's the thing. You have to turn textures down. Yeah, I went through mine, I think, and I minimized all the sizes. Remember back in the day when we would minimize the Brit and Walda textures? Like there was a whole other texture set down to 512. I'll look at some of those textures and they're really big. Yeah. Yeah, dude, right on. Yeah, 1257, it's been a while. I need to keep working on my mod. I love playing the Mongols in the 1257, man. I love playing the Mongols. What's your favorite faction in 1257, Master Raw? And how about you? Last Days? Really, Britt? Really? Prophecy of Pandora? Cool. There's so many good ones. Yeah. Right on. See, Prophecy of Pandora, I've never played it, and I don't know if I ever will, because you guys play it, and if you stream it, I usually watch you guys play it. I love Gecko Koyo. Crusaders, England, and the Kingdom of Sicily. That's awesome. That's so bitchin'. I played my ancestors one time in East Anglia in England in 1257, and they were just, I don't know what you call them, dukes to the Lord, right? They were like mayors and stuff. Yeah, and so I just kind of like, I role played because my ancestors were living in Norfolk, at like Dunnock in Norfolk, but they weren't big great lords, but they were like captains and stuff. Yeah. Oh yeah. There's that mod, I can't remember what it's called, and I played it a long time ago. You guys know the name. It's called like European Conquest or something, the mod, and it's a lot like 1257, but it's got and it's one of the more popular medieval mods, and I played it, and there were some things I didn't like. I didn't like the animations very much. I didn't like the combat. But I like to fight alongside Joan of Arc. I thought that was cool. Being able to fight alongside Joan of Arc. I want to play a Hun playthrough, the Huns in 457 AD. That would be fun. Zed Paulo refreshed 1257, but then deleted it. Huh. I've heard that, and he also took off, what do you call it? Yeah, that'd be different, man. It'd be so different. Because they'd be fighting really different factions, and it'd be something I haven't seen before, you know? Yeah, Sparta, yeah, he took that offline, I guess. I don't know. People probably giving him freaking grief or something, you know? And it's kind of like, there's a learning curve, and that's the way it is. And I'm an average player. And you just go with it. That's the way the game is. If the game's made a certain way and you don't like it, you don't give the guy grief. I saw a lot of that on the forums and the posts, people giving him grief because he made the mod the way he wants to make the mod, and that's cool, you know, it's the way he, yeah. Yeah, that's the thing. It's that he makes the mod the way he makes the mod. A World of Ice and Fire, it's hard. Parisino is hard, but that's the way that's the game. You know, Dungeons and Dragons is harder than Monopoly. You know, so I get my ass kicked a lot, but I enjoy these worlds. I love exploring through them. Yeah, that's too bad. Because I love the hell out of that Sparta. And 1257, I have a lot of work to do in my mods. Because the 1257, I'm doing 1257 expanded. The expanded 1257. And it's now on version 3.7. And the mod developer has fixed a lot of stuff. And so it works really good now. Version 3.7 is on their Discord. It works really good. But now my mods, my mini mods that I did to the armor and stuff and the textures and stuff, I got to convert them all over to the new version. And I redid a ton of the troop tree so that they look better. So they don't look like they're wearing a hodgepodge of stuff, you know? Yeah, for sure. Parisino, I played Parisino. I should say I streamed Parisino more than any other mod, and I'm still learning stuff about Parisino. There's so much, and now it's a new version of Parisino. Even in just a month, there's a new version out. Right on. Yeah, dude, the arenas are a blast, especially if you're playing a giant or a dwarf. Yeah, Parisino's so different, man. I haven't even, I don't know, I'd say I've streamed Parisino more than any mod, and I still haven't scratched the surface. I'm still learning so much about the Parisino world. I had a female playthrough I was playing because I wanted to play a regular straight Parisino that I didn't touch, I didn't mod it. Yeah. I did that too, yeah. Because I want, like I said, because I mod both my Parisino playthroughs. I'm doing a Geldar playthrough. That's like 600 days in. I'm doing Elric of Meldomene. But I would have to convert that save for the new version of Parisino. It's getting chilly out. We got some chilly wind coming in. It's bright out, but the sun's behind the clouds. I like being able to look outside at the trees and nature. Right on. Female runs are so long because the debuffs on them. That's good. Makes the game. Master Raw, yeah, it was something he was saying earlier on his stream this morning. I was on Master Raw's stream having coffee with Raw. And Master Raw was saying, you know, you lose all your stuff, you lose a fief. He was playing EVE Online. We think along the same lines because Master Raw was saying something along the lines of, if you lose all your stuff, that's okay, you get it back. And I was thinking, like I usually say, it makes the game last longer. You know, if I lose my kingdom, it's a whole new adventure just to get the kingdom back. Master Raw was mentioning something like that. Adventure of Lilith, Angle of Blood. We're still in her gritty beginning of never-ending violence in the arena. Nice, dude. That's an interesting way to play. You're going to be in the arena until level 20. It's like gladiator playthrough. Yeah, that's pretty. Break loose into the world. Bustin' loose, man. Bustin' loose. See that? Break loose. Bustin' loose. Thinking of good things all the time. Bustin' loose, Richard Pryor, right? Gene Wilder. Movie of the day. That coffee's pretty good. And so, my friends, I have a few things that I need to do. And our pal Junkyard Dan is playing Red Dead Redemption, and we're going to give up Junkyard Dan a raid. And I'm going to be back later, probably in 2 or 3 hours. I'll be back this evening. Master Raw, your presence is always glorious. Thank you for adding your gloriousness to our room. The channel, all of us. Shield wall, brother. I'd see Master Raw right in the center of the shield wall. Right on. As long as you guys let me ride on your shoulders, it's all about the shield wall, baby. Now, if I can just get someone to get one of those giant-sized baby carriers, right, and they can just carry me on the back, but it'd be funner on if I was on the shoulders, because I can get my carrier. I'm gonna hire a carrier, right, to carry me around on the shoulders. I can give him a bongo hat, right? Right on. Dude, I'll be back like probably 6 o'clock or 7 o'clock. I feel like freaking jello today. Master Raw, thanks for the nice company on your stream this morning, dude, always. Thanks for showing us Eve. That's cool. I freaking like that. That was bitchin'. Awesome. I hope you stream that some more. You guys, I'll see you soon. Junkyard Dan's playing Red Dead Redemption. That's a game that I'd really like to play. I'd like to play Red Dead Redemption. And I'd like to try out that This Land Is My Land. It's from the same makers of Ultimate General Civil War, but it's first person, third person survival in the Old West, and that would be cool. And I've also got, I don't have those, but I'd like to play them. But I do have Battlestar Galactica, and I'd like to play that Walking Dead game, maybe the storybook one, really late at night, and everybody in the Shield Wall can decide our path together, go through the adventure and survive and not get eaten by freaking zombies. Yeah, I'm gonna get some food, y'all. I'm gonna get some noodles, and I know, let's see what Dan's doing. I know we got an Adidas commercial. Red Dead Redemption. Dude, I've always wanted to play this game. I'm trying to play my gun game by Neversoft. But man, as my MS progresses, more and more games are making me dizzy. Poor Warlord. So what do? We find more new cool games that we can play. Are we in? Is everybody in? Everybody's in? Dude, I love cowboy games. And thanks for raiding with me, guys. Junkyard Dan's awesome. I think that's what we do. Alright, gunslinger.
He once killed 14 men in a fight at Lucy Hollow. What are you waiting for? How do you mean? Well, I reckon right now, kill him yourself.
My cam's blocking him.
I want to deify him. He's a god. I'm
There
trying
we
to
go.
write his biography.
How's that going?
I think I'd prefer the duel. Either I'd kill him and be able to be Baltimore's finest ever gunslinger, or he'd kill me, and I could be set free from ever having to speak to him again.
Well, you're starting to understand something very important.
What's that?
The joys of gunslinging.
Awesome, awesome.
That's brilliant. I'm gonna write that down.
Oh my god! It's a raid! Hide the Cheetos! Oh shit! Run!
There's plenty of shit. You are a gunslinger. Not really.
Right on. I'll see you guys soon. And I'm really looking forward to having fun and